skies, where the echoes of the past arise, marching forth with resolute pride. In the Führer we trust, there's nowhere to hide. The roar of vengeance, the thunderous blast, we forge the future, reigniting the past. March of the Stahltruppen, MG44, unleash the storm. Vormarsch to the bitter end, for the right shall know no end. The echoes of history whisper command. In the wasteland of dreams we make our stand. Infernal wrath in the muzzle flash, as fate rewrites itself in the ironclad. Through trenches of sorrow we march, with embers of glory under Brandenburg's arch. March of the Stahltruppen, MG44, unleash the storm. Vormarsch to the bitter end, for the right shall know no we carve our fate. With the will of iron we bring the hate. The skies rain fire as the weak fall away. In this unyielding march we'll seize the day. Like wolves in the night, bound by the pack, facing the storm, there's no turning back. The fallen embers of a world torn apart ignite the inferno that burns in our hearts. March of the Stahltruppen, MG44 in hand. Vormarsch from Brandenburg's gates, we will conquer this land. March of the Stahltruppen, MG44, unleash the storm. Vormarsch to the bitter end.
everybody! Good to see you all. Mordian took my time slot, so I took his. Oh man, already got a bunch of people in. Well, today, I got something fun. Whoop. Whoop. Yay! We're gonna go through the entirety of my Axis army. We're gonna get them all displayed. And we're gonna have a good time. I'm just searching for a few last pieces. So we'll give guys a quick time to get in there, and we'll get ready, because we got a whole box of fun to go through. We'll give everyone just another minute to come in on stream, and then we'll get started. So how's everyone doing? Sup, Jenny? I'm just trying to find my one last thing.
Geschmiedet aus Stahl.
While things get started, I'm going to try to find the last of my terrain to set up while we get started. It's going to be a good stream. I'm just pulling out the rest of the shelf. We're going to go through all my Axis units and how I kind of learned about them. Alright everybody, let's get started!
Kein Halt. Der Riss führt uns nicht gestoppt, nicht gebrochen im Riss, geformt, neu geboren, nicht gestoppt, nicht gebrochen im Riss, geformt, neu geboren. Flesh is weak, steel is not. Wir sind mehr als ihr.
got all the rest of them dug out. Ugh. And the bag of junk.
Durch den Riss erhoben, zur Macht berufen. Wir sind der Zorn, wir sind das Licht, der Krieg, unser Glaube. Und ihr zerbrecht. Geschmiedet aus Stahl, gehärtet im Blut. Durch den Riss ewig. Vormarsch.
All right, everybody. Thanks for coming. Poll is up, and let's get started. It's 100 degrees. I sold a pint of plasma. Had some delicious leg rolls, and have finally finished my Konflikt 47 army. The entirety of the Axis is in this box and all these vehicles here. And the goal today is to set up a diorama and get a great picture. And Morty and Glory is not here to stop me. You can finally talk about all the Konflikt 47 I want. Anyway, sorry for the delay. I had to move everything from my room out here. Got some of my units on display. We got a whole box full of them. Field manual. We got the Festum European book. Not to mention, inside this box, this big black box has 3 full trays of Axis. Look at that. Can one even comprehend? Oh, there's more! And under it, there are more boxes that look just like that. And we're gonna get them, every single man, out. We're gonna explain every unit that I have. Not all the units in the army, but everything that I got. The humidity may be scalding, but the rift comforts us all. Grab water. We're gonna get some music going. We're gonna have a good time. They are good shorts. There we go. Cosmic in the shorts today. Yes, so we got a lot to go through. I gotta get the core book too, because we're gonna go through everything we know for the next few hours. And I do mean everything indeed. Look, we even got the dragon back out. And yes. So, let's get that poll running in. I got to text the mod to get on to do his job. Whew, and we'll see where we're getting started. We'll give it one more minute. Oh. Alright, I'm telling my mod to get ready so we can actually do some work. Text my cuz. And my brother. Alright, lads. We're in, and we're starting with the basic and core units. So, we'll pace this through. It's something I can kind of point to people along the way when I can edit it down. Saying the intro took a little longer to get everything set up. That's going to be great, Damn Legion. I'm excited. Yeah, thank you for all showing. Damn Legion, Jenny, RK, Alduis, forgive me if I pronounce your name, the Keeper of the Imperial Salt, Mad Larkin, Epic Eagle, all you lads. And some of the lurkers in there, too. Always happy to have more lurkers. I could do all the talking for both of us. Alright, so let's get things started. Let's do a brief intro. Konflikt 47. I should need no introduction, but it is a war game. It's by Warlord Games. If you've heard of Bolt Action, the World War II game, this is their wackier equivalent. Well, we all know how World War II ended. K-47 went into a different direction. To sum things up, the Manhattan Project didn't just create a giant weapon of mass destruction, it created a giant weapon that could tear holes in the fabric of reality, i.e. the rifts. And the Americans were planning to drop these bombs to end the war. Well, turns out a secret organization called the Green Vault, primarily out of Germany and such, had spies that infiltrated almost every network. Using their influence, they convinced the president to send one bomb towards Japan and one bomb that was going to Berlin to Dresden. So the first time they detonated in Los Alamos for the nuclear test, they got a rift. When they dropped the bombs again, hoping to end the war by mass destruction, well, that secret organization I told you about was ready in Germany. Once Dresden blew and all life there ceased, and then the unlife began, they were quick to move in, harness the rift, and start making technology. And that's where you've gone from a traditional tank, like this Stug, and how we ended up with this thing. Hang on. Like this Walker mech, this Noxgera. How we went from basic guys, like on motorcycles and stuff, to troopers in power armor and bloody werewolves. So, if you've seen things like Overlord, Wolfenstein, Frankenstein's Army, Crazy stuff like that. Any kind of World War II, mix it in with a little bit of just like Hydra, and you're there. You're there. A lot of Wolfenstein. You can lean into the science fiction, the extra-dimensional, the occult. It's all there. It's all Conflict. And that's why the game is so great. It plays basically off the bolt action standard rules with a lot of twists, primarily focused on rift dice. The abilities for each for each unit. Some units will be equipped with a rift dice. And a surging rift dice to show they have power to do special actions, thanks to their augmented abilities. And you use them in game to smite your enemy before they can smite you, or complete the objective before they can stop you. And in a nutshell, that is Konflikt 47. Today we are covering the Axis. So, here's where it differs. The brief short history lesson is the angry windmill Germans, you know the guys, who had the funny mustache man, are no longer in power. The organization I mentioned earlier, the secret occult one, the Green Vault, you know, like Hydra and Cobra and all that those fun guys. They seized power. And anyone that wasn't willing to join the Green Vault ended up feeding the green grass. And because of their difference in leadership and their new technology, World War II looks a lot different right now. Let me get the Festum Europa book. So, operations changed, different technologies were given, alliances were forged, fractured, and things are looking a lot different now. Let me grab the map. If I planned this better, I would have shown you it in the books. I would have uploaded the images. But I am not a professional, nor is anyone paying me, so. And I'm an idiot. But found it. Here is the map, February 12th, 1947. As you can see, the Soviets have pushed through. The Axis still hold on to most of Europe. They even got Turkey. The British Commonwealth retook their land, and France has been suddenly liberated. But they're barely holding on. Switzerland, I don't know how much longer they can stay neutral. And, Spain and Portugal. Blah. Weirdly enough, the Middle East is starting to get split in half. And it looks like just the top of Africa is completely under U.S. control. Well, parts of, Italy is, still split in half. And Sweden, sandwiched between the Finns and Norway, still are neutral somehow. And the most important one for our stream today, this territory right here. The province of Bohemia and Moldavia. And that's where my army takes place. On this border, trying to push back after Operation Pluto. Now, I'll sum up Operation Pluto really quick. Operation Pluto. So, when the Rift was formed in Dresden, both the Allies and the Axis made deadly pushes to them. And this can go into right where our pole is. So I'm going to set a tray aside. Because another tray is going to be revealed. How did that happen? Hang on. figure snapped in half. But now we can get on to Operation Pluto. The basics? Zombies. So, the Americans and the British had Operation Valentine's and Operation Touchdown. The Russians had Operation Pluto, where they attempted to push. The Soviets set up mind control towers along the way, along with the people, rebelling. For obvious reasons, they did not like, well, the angry windmill guys when they took over, and they weren't really much of a fan of the Green Vault either. There we go. So, now, I should sum up. The Axis is pretty much has been reformed into the New Republic, which are all those lands I just showed you. Now let's check the poll and see where we're at. Well, we're already covering lore, so I guess after that it's basic units. So, I don't think New Zealand and the Aussies will give up control. I mean, if anything happens, they'll just fall back to the Brisbane line. Could you imagine Australian wildlife enhanced with Rift tech? I wouldn't want to be a Japanese soldier on the Aussie coast. You kidding me? I don't care how much Rift tech you had. The wildlife there is from a rift of their own. So, the Russians pushed in like they did in World War II, except this time, their human wave tactics was met by every man they lost usually would rise up, thanks to these things, the Noxera, creating the Totem Corps, zombie soldiers. And that's one of the units that the Axis can run. I think that's the perfect place to start. So let's move everything off the table and set up our diorama. So we have buildings, bunkers, barricades, and I can get more if needed. So for now, let's set it up. So we'll be running through official lore, homebrew lore, and everything in between. So I'm going to throw on the Axis background track as we get this started. So yes, like I promised, those are all zombies. I have 72 zombies. And it's going to be fun. So, let's get started. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's get started. All right, everybody. Oh, hang on. I gotta swap to the Chrome tab for one moment. Yep, there we go. Main cam. All right. So you guys want 72 zombies. So, one of the main and most interesting army members for the Axis army. I know it's a little hard to see. Let me swap to the main cam. I just got a haircut, so it'll be nice. The Totenkor. Zombies from beyond the grave. Originally, they were only Axis, because the, bloodline superiority thing. But as the war went on, any body that could be recovered could easily be a zombie. Trying to get another example for you. Even elite troopers in power armor would still be converted. Or America's elite jump troopers, the Fireflies, weren't safe either. And it reflects this rule in game. Any unit, as the Totenkor, will not die steadily. Actually, let me give you a great example of just how zombified the Totenkor can be. Yeah. There we go. Now, they are much more old school Call of Duty zombies, but more like John Romero. Now, even damaging them to like all their limbs are gone and most of their heads missing may not kill them. Hell, they may not even need a head. And it reflects their rules in game. Sorry, there we go. So what we're going to do is set up all the zombies, and I'll explain what I've learned about them. So feel free to help me direct the battlefield. How do we want these zombies set up? Where do we want more barricades and bunkers? Do we just want a huge parade of them in the middle of the street? Hang on. I just realized something. I had the one tab too loud. We'll set this tank turret here like it's a little implant. Baron's got his favorite statue out. So, Totenkor. Let's get the brief rundown of them. Let me pull up the old Warlord app. So, Totenkor are pretty cool now, because now they got their own Toten Run platoon. Totenkor typically can be run from squads 6 to 12, and highly recommend 12. They're fearless, they're horrifying, they have infiltrate, they're kind of stupid with limited intelligence, they're lumbering, but they're tough fighters. In English, you're not going to scare them off. They're going to bring them in another path when they charge on them. They're slow, like Dawn of the Dead style slow, but they're also relentless. And in a straight-up fight, they may be decaying corpses, but whatever rift magic keeps them alive makes them almost stronger than a mortal man. will find that he is your mad scientist. He puts Dr. Frankenstein. He will personally use his Spider-Man to get into the field and to help raise more zombies from the dead. If you're wondering what I'm doing, the tone core fell down. And I'm picking them back up. And that's the official lore. Trying to get the non-tone core separated. So, let's get the squads built. Look at this guy. No legs, but he's still crawling towards you. So, I've played Totem Core against them a couple times and played with them. Their Rift ability allows them to come back from the dead, meaning anytime you activate it at any point, as long as you're not in melee combat, you roll a 6-sided dice. Well, 3 of them just came back to the max unit of the squad you've taken. With these things, the Noxera, anything that dies, kills, helps the Tone Core get up better, makes them stronger, and more importantly, can make more of them. So can Dr. Zogling or the Totem Medic. That's right. They got their own scientists. So we're gonna set up a couple squads. 3, 4, 5, 6. We may need the whole table. I think it's time for me to move some stuff, because we are gonna need a lot of tape. Yeah, troopers! Everyone's alright. Let's put the Tone Core up front here. Oh, sorry. Alright, summing things up. Zombies. Rise from the grave. Hard to kill. You can roll a dice. Use their Rift ability to bring them back from the dead. Like the idea of a crew pouring out of a house. They go in demand squads of 6 to 12. So we'll build a few to show you what they look like. When they're paired up with these things... Sorry, I'll turn it way down. Normally I'm just painting, so... Sorry guys, is that better? So, let's get on to the main purpose of the Totem Core. They're your front lines. Troopers. You can set them up anywhere on a battlefield early. They're slow, so it's encouraged to do that. That being said, without being in the Totenrotten platoon, they're not going to be smart enough to take objectives. Though, even if they're aren't being enhanced for intelligence, well, There's still going to be a thing your opponent has to chew through before they can claim that objective. Totem Core have no ranged abilities at all. So their only weapon is their hands, but each unit gets 2 attacks each. There we go. Got my totem flag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, what? Ah, 12. So we'll start with a nice parade of zombies pushing up. Now, when I did them in the Totenron platoon, giving them the benefit, well, Jenny can attest, they were a nightmare to deal with. Now, I did play them a little bit off. Technically, when you do make a new squad of Totem Core, they're exhausted. So that part I got wrong. 3, 4, 8. Now, the thing I like about them is, yeah, they're hard to kill. Put them in cover, they're going to be nearly impossible to shoot them. The only real way to deal with them effectively is either overwhelming power or dedicated melee. Stuff like Paragon, Schreckwolfen, Ursus Infantry. Maybe the new robots with the bayonets. And the ability for them to cause horror? I do enjoy some of the ones that are Monty Pythoned. "'Tis but a scratch." So, that is one of the first units that the Axis have at their disposal. And honestly, I found running them in small squads too easy to deal with. You want as many as you can. Now, with them being slow, a truck might not be a bad idea, or a transport. Cram a bunch of zombies in a truck, drive it right up to the enemy, the truck blows up, the zombies pour out, and your enemy is face to face with the Walking Dead. Except unlike walkers, they are a lot more dangerous. And with the ability in the Totenron platoon to enhance them and make more of them. Well, they are scary. They are expensive, though. Yes, but even if they don't get, even if the transport blows up, they only will get hurt on a 6. And yeah, the odds of that, even if you lose a couple, well, you can always just bring them back. Now, if you get them to surging, well, then they get pen on their hits, making them really dangerous in melee. Plus, they're fun to make. Take any kit. It doesn't take much if you need to make zombies. Take any World War kit, any model kit, start cutting them up, get a little green flesh, cover them in blood, maybe forget to attach an arm. Boom! Zombie. But I will say, so, in my game, against Jenny, I made a few more extra zombies for myself based off our own guides. So you'll see some of the standard Germans, Americans. Sadly, I should have put some Russians in there, considering a lot of the Totem Corps are made up of the Russian conscripts. I've done stuff like tank drivers, scientists, men in power armor. I even painted the Firefly corpses to look like my Fireflies. And while I do have duck, and then I painted these Napoleonic zombies. So, now that we've gone over that lore, we'll go over a bit of my lore. Oh yeah, don't forget, specialist medics can also really help with the totem. That's that right there. Doesn't look like he's working. Yes, so the Totem Corps primarily are great for both shock troops and for delaying retreats. You dump a bunch of zombies or revive a bunch of zombies, we'll abandon a position, stuff them all in a barn, they break out, allies come through, next thing you know, in the middle of the night, Mr. Meatbag has got his hands around your neck. So, five. Yes. There we go, we got a huge march of Totem Corps. I do like to think a little of them retain some individuality in them. Plus, I have a lot of guys with shovels, because it's kind of funny. A lot of them I like to imagine they throw, like, how you see them, like guys with grenades and stuff were the unlucky ones that were trying to, you know, get a grenade off before the Totem Corps took them so they couldn't rise again, but were unlucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So. Look at that horde! Squig Herder! We're doing a diorama! Look at those zombies! Of course, I do have my own personal Zogling. I'm gonna put him on the face cam. Alright, everyone. Now, let's do this right. This is the Warlord Games, Dr. Zogling. Highly recommend getting him for your Totenron platoon. He's a simple enough model, a little annoying with the spider legs. But he's cool, he's your standard evil scientist. You love him. I, however, wanted to do something for our custom campaign. And if those of you in the Morty and Glory community that remember the old Star games, remember our descent into madness when we convinced Morty eating the galaxy was a good idea. And at the head of that, of our little dark mechanicum, the Flare. Well, I made Morty the Flare for his Blood Pact army, to remember the Star game, Stellaris. This is my Dr. Von Zogling proxy. Rift Enhanced Spear he uses to revive the dead, his secret zombie serum in his case, and check out these spider legs. Ooh, Andy can dance. Watch. You can do the stick bug. Again? Sorry. I'll turn it way down. The trucks. High capacity is great for Totem Core to launch them in. Having that kind of biobomb, like right in the middle of a line, will be good. But if all you have are... And if you can put them, a group of Totem Core in the bigger trucks, well, you can put like a Totenron squad in there. You can't put, for some reason, you can't put Zogling in because Spider-Mac. Again, sorry about the music. There, is that better, everyone? Sorry, I'm normally used to painting, so you don't have to hear me. Oh, is that Scar make it in here? That Scar DM'd me, thank you. I am not Mortian. Let me swap back. Let me go to Discord really quick. I guess not. Though I do see... Glenn Lee sent me something that I have to finish watching. Thanks for showing, Doug. Well, you're there to keep the peace. So yeah, Totem Core. I'll sum up the basics. They're tough, they're hard to kill, they're great for throwing out an objective. You can buff them up in the Totem Rotten platoon, the new Axis-specific platoon, along with their Totem Commanders, Specialist Medics, Noxeras, or an official or unofficial Von Zogling. Now, we'll get to the lore. My army are the Blades of Bohemia, is what they're going by. They're a Bohemian reserve group. They're led by a chap they call the Baron. I think I have him right here. Boom. Now, the Baron So, in the homebrew lore, after, well, the certain group of windmill Germans, well, were put to the sword, I guess would be more appropriate for Bohemia, and after the liberation from it, after Operation Pluto failed from the Russians, the Baron took charge and created his own reserve group, the Bohemian Black Helms. That may sound familiar to Italian black shirts. Maybe some similarities there. But the group is a mix of fanatic, regular citizens, and people that just really don't like Russian mind control towers. And a lot of crazy individuals, such as the Flare. In my third, I think, game, or second game with Jenny, when their Russian forces pushed into a warehouse district to recover downed Axis walkers, I tested out the Totenron platoon. And while I may have got some things wrong, majority of it, zombies are awesome. They look cool, they're fun to paint, they're fun to build, and you just want to get all of them on the board. I highly recommend the Totem Corps for, like, anything for your army, if you're going wacky and weird. Now, since my player is in Bohemia and has quite of a flair, he made his own unit, you can see him right down here, of ancient Napoleonic corpses they rose. They hold rifles. They can't use them. They hold them more ceremoniously, but they're pretty good with them with clubs. And one that keeps breaking still has his banner. So where the Flayer goes, his personal guard go with him. And honestly, I like the idea of the zombies with grenades, basically, blast zombies, boomer zombies. Run into a section or into a tank, and then boom, zombie. So boom. Let's space them out a little bit so I can get the command team. So, Totenron commanders. Very good to have in your pool if you want to keep your horde cheap. Otherwise, I do recommend running Zogling and additional Nocgera. So that covers zombies. We need to start getting a move on them. But look at this horde! Alright, let me break out the next bucket. That was only one tray. Well, right now zombies can only be made of units that are damage value 6 or lower, meaning you need 6 or higher to hit them. So anything in power armor or regular soldiers that aren't highly actually, they've taken away that. Anything that's not toughness value 7 or above. But in the picture, and if you've seen the book, get it for a second. Again, it should have had these uploaded. Wait, I have a Google. I'll do it later. You can definitely see zombies. Here's the picture. Those two in the middle right there. That's a zombie Stahltruppen and a zombie Ursus. They aren't models yet, but I think they're coming. Anyway, let's move on to the next basic infantry before we run out of time. Well, we got all night actually, so. Let's go back to basics. I'll give you a brief discussion of the next unit. All right. We all know bolt action is the standard game, and any unit from there can be in. That being said, Your most basic unit is going to be a man with a rifle. Now, when the Waffle Germans disappeared, all of the armies of Germany formed into the Volksgrenadier units. These are your standard guys, uniform, rifle. Yeah, you can get stuff like machine guns, LMGs, assault rifles. Yeah, I said assault rifles, LMGs, SMGs. Ed Scar, what's up? Or, if you make them engineers, and you really should consider it in conflict, flamethrowers. Just get a look at these guys. I call them Hans and Franz, and they're gonna burn you up. We're all guardsmen here. We know the man to do with the rifle. Hello, Ed Scar! So, and it's always good. You give a couple of men with rifles, you give them some Panzerfausts, send them up the line. If you lose them, that's fine. If you keep them around and they can get stuff done, don't underestimate the mans with the rifles. Especially when the guy with the flamethrower just made your 200-point unit run away in fear, even though he only missed all his shots. Now, I will say this. Large squads are good to take damage, but you also want to keep them cheap. That being said, you always need a guy with a bunch of grenades. Look at all those grenades. Come on, you always gotta build one guy that's just all grenades. Full-on grenadier, old school, chucking them left and right. No. So, weapons. Konflikt 47 is a lot different than bolt action, meaning penetration is more important. While assault rifles are nice, you can move and shoot at the same value, I wouldn't outfit a full squad in them, maybe just a couple of guys with extra points. Or SMGs. Because they're cheaper, you can still get some multiple shots out of them, and it gets them tough fighter, so if they do get a melee, you have a better chance of getting that Super 6. Super 6 is when our 2 units are in melee combat, and you can't physically hurt them because you need a 7 or 8. If you roll a 6, and then roll a 6 again, that's a Super 6, kills the enemy model. And at that point, you just want as many dice as you can, because that's going to increase your odds. Otherwise, hello! Yeah, I've taken over Mordian's spot. So yeah, weapons with pen are big in conflict. Axis, I think, are one of the weaker armies with accesses to pen. They have a lot of, at least naturally. It's hot. Stay hydrated. Well, we have to switch to liquor here soon. Anyway, so basic units aren't bad, and they're going to be getting a rework eventually, too. But, yeah. Don't be afraid to chuck a couple of basic dudes in your army, especially if you have objective games. You do need someone to do objectives. Or to draw fire. Heck, one dude with a rocket launcher will take down your whole tank, just in a good spot, might take down your whole tank. One guy with a flamethrower is a guy with a flamethrower. I keep putting on the intro. So, we have all of our zombies out here. I think our second wave should be our Volksgrenadier squads. So, let's go over what Volksgrenadiers can do. So they're typically in your assault corps. They can run from small squads to... Let's see here. They'll typically start us. Well, they'll start as a squad of possibly 5 to 6. And they can go all the way up to a squad of 12. Though running them in 10-man squads or 9-man squads aren't bad either. They have to take engineer, which issues another point on them, but they can be taken as veteran or inexperienced, though. If you take a bunch of inexperienced Volksgrenadiers next to a zombie mech, well, you can make more zombies for cheap. Twisted tactic, I know. But a fun one. So let's get started. Any model from Bolt Action or something can be used. The Volksgrenadiers, or mostly all basic infantry for any army, doesn't actually exist in Konflikt. You just use the models from Bolt Action that you like. Grenadiers, Fallschirmjägers, Winter Soldiers, Summer Soldiers. Whatever you got, you can make them do it. If you want a more specialist thing, like they have some of the specials, like the Lookout Squad, the Cooks, some wacky division of Stug Riders, you can run it too. And they will form one of your more basic units. So let's get some barricades set up and get the next wave of troopers going. Plus, I'd recommend making a bunch of them. You're going to want officers, because your cheapest officer is going to be an inexperienced basic soldier. Hand out those snap 2s and morale's quick. Plus, any extra soldiers you got, place on weapon teams, bikes, artillery guns. I mean, you also got plenty of things like the old light mortar, medium machine gun teams. I gotta take an extra guy, put him by a light mortar. Now you got a heavy mortar team, or a medium mortar. Sniper teams are really good too. Basically, there's a lot of stuff you can use your basic infantry for. Air observers, medics, all that crazy stuff. But at the end of the day, you're going to want a couple of guys with rifles to get stuff done. Alright, let me get the box and we'll get some squads running. So, if you're going to upgrade them, I recommend making them last with leftover points unless you're trying to give them flamethrowers. Like, I have my sergeants as, with Fallschirmjäger helmets and assault rifles. I also got plenty of guys with SMGs, too. Throw them in, some of them in cover, because, you know. They're the basic guys. We'll get a sniper up in this tower over here. Actually, let's rotate it a bit. Nah, we'll leave it this way. So I'll put a couple of squads up to hold the bridge. Get some cover going. And then we'll talk about kind of your first... You're also going to have stuff like, well, Panzerfaust teams. Panzer Shrek teams. Ugh. A bunker wouldn't be out of place here. Did anyone see where the... Oh, there he is. So, we covered what the official Volksgrenadiers do. Yeah, I know. We got only the coolest people here. So, now that means I can babble on a bit about what my guys are. So, as you can see, most of them already painted up, gray coats, red pants. The red pants is more the aesthetic because they're the Bohemian Reserves. Make them a little look more, you know, Roman. Holy Roman stuff. A little bit medieval. I'm starting to mistake the size of the board we needed. Because I want to keep this for the parade of the next unit. So we're going to crunch up the totem core a little bit into a blob. Let's go. Get in there, boys. The flare wills it. Ah. Oh yeah, let's not forget the statue of Mordian Glory. Base camp, base camp. Hello, everybody! Russell W. is here, Glenn Lee's here, Klovik's here. Look, everyone. It's the bust of Mordian Glory, the greatest supporter of the Green Vault. Alright. Swore I had more troopers than this. But anyway, let me start talking about the next unit. The Schwertruppens. But yeah, you're always going to want a chief officer, usually with the pistols, and then a couple of blokes to just kind of take a few hits. I'm going to put them off over here so they're commanding a flank. We'll add some cover in. We're going to sprinkle a couple of guys by some mortars. And then we're going to talk about the Schwertruppen. Now, early in Power of the Rift, they were able to make lighter metals, better for walkers. That's how walkers were able to be made. And someone thought, let's put the armor on a man. Well, you know what happened? It worked. It worked. It not only worked, it changed the course of the war. Power armor troopers became something every army needed to have. So, the first power armor trooper weren't like the heavy Stahltruppen, but the Schwertruppen, primarily used to assist with artillery, weirdly enough. Their whole job was to, well, help load shells faster for the big guns. But, eventually, it was weird. So, between all the infighting with the Axis, it was the artillery corps that got access to the powerful Rift gear first. Who would have thought? So we'll get the snipers and spotters. We'll put a spotter over here. Here we'll put our little commander. Put a couple of guys in there with flamethrowers and stuff. Now, typically you can only run one flamethrower in a squad. But yes. Let's go back to the face cam and talk about one of my favorite units. Again, I'm sorry the music is so loud. Well, before you can get to Mark II, you gotta start somewhere. And while I don't have many of the Warlord models, I used some War Games Atlantic kits. A lot of my army for infantry is because I had them lying around. Thought it'd be a good way to get started. So before we go through to talk about the Schwertruppen, I'll give you guys the quick homebrew on my basic Volksgrenadiers. And as you can see, they're called the Bohemian Blackhounds because they have blackhounds to represent their loyalty to the Baron. They also wear the red pants to stand apart from standard German units. Otherwise, standard coat, black boots. That way I can run them in both bolt action, a little Hollywoodish, and conflict. But yeah, you're never going to go wrong with a basic infantry. Now, this was a War Games Atlantic kit, like the Eureskins or something. I forget how to say it, but boom. We're getting to our first piece of proper power armor. Schwertruppens. Schwertruppens, well, you're going to be your mainline force. They're tougher then they're already damage value 5 at regular, but never run them regular. Always run them veteran to get that toughness 6, damage value 6. With their power armor, rules like team weapons don't apply to them, meaning you don't need to take a guy off his rifle or his machine gun to help you shoot. I'm going to turn it down a little more. Sorry. Now, here's the fun part. LMGs can be wielded like rifles. Flamethrowers, like a rifle. Bazooka, same. One guy, like a Panzerfaust, takes a whole Panzerschreck. I did forget to mention one thing, though, about the Volksgrenadier sniper team. Snipers need a spotter to help them aim. Basic guy with a rifle. Now, this is the one thing before we go back to squelch. Sniper teams and anti-tank teams need the second guy to help do the loading and spotting. Though, I will say, the Axes have a really fun one, and I highly recommend taking it. Anti-material rifle or anti-tank rifle. This guy, well, lore-wise is, he has a power-armored frame to help him lug it around to high locations. But imagine this freaker with basically a portable autocannon. Now, I'm going to put him in the back bunker. He's going to give fire right down the lane. Now, you think, it's low pen, but it's still like pen 2, like an autocannon. And it's snipered up, so you can get it to pen, I think pen 3, and you basically ignore cover. Perfect for taking out officers and power armor. Ursus troopers, werewolf, stall trooping, heavy troopers, anything in power armor. Well, that anti-tank rifle may not be punching through the King Tiger, but instead they're going to punch through a man in a can. That being said, I like Schwer trooping. They're fun. Schwer trooping comes standard with assault rifles. And depending on what you want your Schwer trooping to do, you have 2 options with them. Rifle, LMG. First thing I do, and you have a couple of upgrades you can take. You can take engineers to assault through things, but that's kind of weird because you don't get a flamethrower. But you get access to either paying a point for a guy for stubborn, or a point for a guy for 2 points for fanatic. And you're probably going to ask, why would I pay for stubborn when fanatic is the same thing but better? Well, 1, to save points. And 2, what their role is. Schwer trooping squads can run from small units to almost, I think, 12-man squads, 10-man squads. Here's how I'd recommend doing it. Unless you're doing like small units to just flood the board with control and order dice, I like bigger units like guardsman squads, like 9, 10, 7. Good chunk of power armor, just pushing up the board, drawing fire and cover. The question is, what do you want them to do? Now, I run a mix, because I built them as a mix. And I'm going to be 1 second. And I'll tell you how to best run them. Good news, everyone! My wife called me. Says I'm allowed to use the tiki cup again. So, where were we? Swear trooping, best loadout. Quit looking at my messy tables. Next time I'm just gonna put the camera at my freaking rosemary plant. Yeah, that's it. If you keep this up, I'm getting the star pillow. You know the one with the face that's all like... Is that what you guys want? You want the... pillow. Beer is an option. We have 3 options today for the tiki cup. Beer is 1. Margaritas is 2. And vodka lemonade is number 3. So, I'm in the mood for a drink for tiki, but I will put that on a poll. What should I put in my cup? My tiki cup. Beer. Margarita. Vodka lemonade, or something else with vodka. Water. All right. Yeah, no, rip for tiki, everyone. Let's get started with the rest of this, otherwise we'll be here all day. There are 2 ways to run your square trooping. 3 if you are a psychopath like me when I started. I ran a mix. A couple assault rifles up front, mostly LMGs for fire support. This can work. This would be good, and then either put Stubborn or Fanatic, either one works. It would be perfect for a unit pushing up the board that might encounter some close combat, but you don't or if you want to bully some lower infantry, like basic units. Now, if you have a selected role for them, that's what's bigger. So, larger units or smaller units with LMGs. Have them placed in cover in your backline. Give them Stubborn. They're not planning to take a 10. Get up close with melee. Stubborn's better. To help with those pins. They should be always veteran. It's up to you if you want to do like engineers or tank stuff or whatever, but they also have one other option, which I would recommend if you're doing a small long-range unit too, like a 5-man squad. Panzer Shrek team. Now, you have 2 options with this. You can run them in an assault squad. Basically, your frontline troopers pushing up, large 5-man squad or something, give one guy a Panzer Shrek. Or you can do, just like you could do with the regular troopers, a basic team. You can do something like that with, you can do something even better with the square trooping. And I like to put it, you can give them 2 troopers to go with you. So here's how I would do that if you wanted to save points and just do a team. 3 troopers, both with LMGs, Stubborn, Rocket, Veteran. Like this. And then here's my reasoning. You get the one rocket that fires down range, you're keeping this guy out of the fight. He's not running up. The LMGs give you fire support. That's enough firepower. You could leave him with assault rifles or one guy with an assault rifle to keep him cheap. But if you're deciding to go for a power armor trooper anti-tank team, you might as well full send it. Now, the other way to run them, and the cheaper way though, mass unit, large unit. You want to go large, or enough to fit in a transport or in a light transport too. So small to large, but I prefer large. Assault rifles. Put in the squad. You maybe give them enough for the command teams that can go with them. Assault rifles. Rush them up the board. Give them fanatic. Get them into melee. Let them bully other troopers. Let their damage value 6 do the work. That's how I'd recommend running the Schwertruppen. And I would not be against, to save points, to taking a standard Schwertruppen commander. Run him veteran. Give him 2 bodyguards. The Schwertruppen commander is not a bad play. He's got enough armor to take a hit so you can get him in the front line. You won't be as worried as a regular inexperienced officer that you're just throwing in there. He's not as twice tanky, but he's cheaper than a Stahltruppen. And if you want to kind of do more reservists, frontline fighters, Schwertruppen officer, nothing wrong with that. Give him a point of guts. Have him keep your units in the fight. Can't go wrong. And let's get them marching. I will learn to do this one day. So let's have this Schwertruppen units securing the side. We have our command team on this side, so we'll put our Schwertruppen commander over here. If anyone's got any questions, feel free to ask. Alright, everyone. Let's set them up. I'm thinking along the side so we can keep some tanks coming down the middle. We may have to move the zombies. I didn't realize how much we got. So we'll throw together a couple of quick teams. I like to mark my sergeants out with this one. So, for the Blades of Bohemia, it's the overall army name because everyone's supposed to be carrying a blade on them. The Black Helms are our basic infantry, our Volksgrenadiers, and our Schwertruppens. Anyone with a red hat got promoted to almost a noble rank. When the Baron took over, he kind of put the old school, like, Holy Roman Empire, medieval system back into play. While you're not really born from noble families, the titles are there. Hence, my officer goes by the name The Prince. And his fun story is, well, he's German, well, more Czech, but he's really into American westerns, hence the fact he's dual-slinging pistols. But he's inexperienced, so he has, like, the chaplain and an old Austro-Hungarian officer to help guide him. That's part of the fun. Let's get these teams set up. So my sergeants have the red helm. Hmm. Ah, here they are. Alright, what we got? Questions. Have you tried totem platooning game, or only are you planning to do so? Yes, Clove. I have run the Totem Run platoon. As you can see, I have the units to do it. I found it to be very fun. It's points heavy, and you're very committed to the bit to protecting and using your totem core. I'm still figuring out if it's better to throw them out in no man's land and try to rush the walkers up to meet them, or to deploy them. I'm kind of on a mix. And I gotta say, the only thing that's been really irritates me about the Totem Run platoon, well, it's not really that, it's the character. Zogling can't fit in a transport. We can go. I can bring in the rosemary plant. It's next to the pepper plant on my balcony. Question 2. Who do I play Konflikt 47 with? Jenny Bratz. In chat, and I'm part of a couple of local game groups throughout Wisconsin that play it. I'm typically in the Fox Valley area. So if anyone's around and wants a game, there's a great store called Adventure Games in one of the towns in the valley that I like to go to, because they sell Konflikt 47. They do it on their website called Kick-Ass Mail Order. And, well, question 2 and question 3 is the same question, Clove, and I just answered both. So yes, me and Jenny have done 2 full narrative campaigns, so about 6-7 games. First game was Americans, which my Americans versus their Axis. And we did a... What did me and Jenny do? A battle of the center of the Earth, where I literally made a gorilla mech. I took a giant gorilla, King Kong style, and had it fight a zombie T-Rex. This campaign we're doing is post-Operation Pluto, while my forces are trying to push the Russians out of Prague and Bohemia and take out the mind control tower so the Baron can recontrol his land and finish his experiments. Long story lore-wise for the Baron, we'll get to him. He hired the Flayer here and his zombie skills because he's developed a new serum, making his Totem Core last much longer than Dr. Zogling's. It's harder to make, though, and they call him a mad fool, so he's working with the Baron. The Baron's pulling kind of an old-school Mr. Freeze thing going on, so if you understand that, you'll know exactly what his goals are, kind of. The statue here gives it away a little bit. Yeah, dude, our Garthar bust. Also, if any of you guys come to Adepticon, I'm at Adepticon. I'll be going next year. It's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's in April. Let me know. So, we got a couple more units that I actually have. So, from using the square trooping, they're excellent troopers. Even in the 3-man long-range team, they'll always provide some work. It's up to you what you feel like the best weapon loadouts for them are. But personally, those are my recommendations. If you're keeping them back, LMGs, maybe a Panzer Shrek with Stubborn. And if you're putting them up close and trying to take positions in the fight, keep them assault rifles, give them Fanatic. Let them get in that fight. The Totenron platoon has a lot of fun. Yes, the Doctor does have a lot more thing, and the Totenron commanders are great. But you can infiltrate Toten Core, and the mechs are good. I can't wait to show off my spare mech. So, the Noxeras are good, and they can actually do melee combat, but they're not that strong compared to regular anti-armor. The Inferno Spinner, highly recommend trying it out. It's either going to do great, or it's going to be a complete bust, but your opponent's going to be scared of it no matter what. Oh. Found my elites. Alright. So far, let's go over the map. We have, in the back, we have the Rift statue of the Baron's Rift base. A couple of destroyed buildings. We see the mortars in the back. A couple of big guns, mortar teams. An anti-tank team, an anti-tank rifle team there. A sniper here. A bazooka, a Panzer Shrek team here. And then an outpost with a Volksgrenadier squad, a Schwertruppen squad, and a commander. Over here, we have a Schwertruppen commander, another Volksgrenadier squad with flamers, and another, well, you know, Schwertruppen squad. No idea where I'm going to put the guys with bikes. And the Baron's Wolf. So, I'm going to get that drink, and we have 2 more basic units to cover, and then we can move on to the elites. I wish you could do double flamer in the squad, but it's purely for display. You can typically take only 1 flamer in a Volksgrenadier squad, and I wish, but yes. The flamethrower on the Inferno Spinner, 2 flamers, vehicle flamers, mind you, so they're better. And even if that thing runs out at the end of the day, it's still a mech running into something, and if it gets shot in the back, it'll explode. Oh man, I was hoping liquor before beer. So you guys want to see me fill the tiki cup with, okay, come on. Can we get a 10th vote? 1 more vote. Decide what I drink. Sheesh, none of you said water. Oh, you guys are brutal. Alright. I'm gonna use the can and then we'll grab that beer. at that while I get my drink. Oh, it's beer. Damn it. Alright, Jenny. I'll see you next time. We'll gotta get a game planned. Alright, I'm grabbing a beer. Top off on a little water first. Water. There it is, the Tiki Cup. Star. Alright guys, F in the chat for Tiki. Also, bye Jenny. For Tiki. Alright, so. You're probably wondering what beer it is. So, it's nothing too exciting, but it's not like you're I'm drinking Yingling. I got a case of Yingling for my brats. I like Yingling. It's pretty good. Though I'm from Wisconsin, so I mean I do like Spotted Cow. Pretty good. Alright, hang on. The truck fell and the wheel fell off, so I'm gonna fix it quick before we get on to our next conversation. So we have 2 more basic units left, and then we'll start going into what could be more advanced units. Yeah, this truck here, all metal. So yeah, we'll put the trucks in the corner here. I have one Opel Blitz. Yeah, we'll park him right up here. Actually, no. Let's face it forward, clear off my mat, add the Opel Blitz right there, and let me grab the other one. And I got the one in plastic with the tracks. I brought my glue and glue spray out to fix it. Alright, everyone. Let's talk about one of my other favorite units. Okay, I'm going to say that about everything. Sorry, I hit the transition button again. But that clip does bring up a good point. That was a U.S. Firefly. Jetpack trooper. Comes in. Pretty good. I love them. I love the Fireflies. I run a bunch of them. That's my U.S. Army, is mostly Fireflies. That being said, they are not the only army with airborne infantry. The Axis redid... How can I best say it? Okay, they redid the Fallschirmjäger squads. When they got it. And gave them, well, same thing. Jetpacks. So, once again, these are 3 to 4 different War Games Atlantic kits with some Anvil Industry jetpacks. But these are your new Fallschirmjägers, the Falcos. Italy has Fireflies and Falcos. Germany has Falcos, and then the Italian Falcos. Slight difference on each. I don't know what the Italians do as much. Now, there's big differences between them and the Fireflies. Fireflies have Tesla Thompsons. They are great. Fallschirmjäger have assault rifles. No pen. Not as good. And finally, let me pull up their rule. I'm going to have to grab it from the Warlord app. So, the Fallschirmjäger Flakers, whatever, the Falcos. They are human, but they're basically, it's called Tusculum, whatever, Diving Falcon. When given a run order and declaring an assault, a Falcon can opt to move up to 18, ignore all terrain and defense positions, Shin's advantage, and confront the defender. If assaulting an infantry or artillery model in the open ground, the Fallschirmjägers dissolves their damage and removes the enemy from the squad. They attack first. They have fights first. So, these units are best for bullying smaller units like machine gun teams, artillery teams, and weak infantry in positions. Have them come in, they dive in, get in there, and beat them up before they have a chance to shoot back. After that, they lose their flight rule, because they're exhausted. They have no bonus for surging. They only get assault rifles, so 2 shots, no pen. Assault, tough fighters. Now, and they come in with stubborn. First off, replace stubborn immediately with fanatic. So you can dive them into combat, and they're going to be, even if they don't wipe something first out, they'll still be in combat and they can fight back. What I've learned is do not ignore their assault potential. They don't have pen, and they're meant for bullying units equal or under. I'll have to put a new music track on in a minute, but look at him. This is like a conscript body that I painted with spots. The guns from another kit, and then the helmets are from the Great War kit. The other thing Falcos are great at. Teach them like Fireflies. Panzerfausts. They can be equipped with them. Drop them into battle. No, you don't take Stubborn and Fanatic. It's one or the other. I guess the app will let you do it, but there's no reason to take Stubborn if you have Fanatic. You can replace units that have Stubborn with Fanatic, and the real difference is they both ignore pen, they both thing, but Fanatic actually applies in close combat, so they won't run when they lose the fight. We have not had any more music. We mostly just do it in the background track. I can put the worm music on once I'm done talking about the Falcos. So, simple. Run them in small squads. Give them the Panzerfausts. Drop them behind tanks. Boom. Elite enemies? Boom. Panzerfaust. Weaker enemies? Well, hit them with that run order.
Bust a rift, and then boom. Yeah, no, mine are like I just described. This is like Wargaming Atlantis. This is the convict bodies, like the prisoners, the conscripts, space conscripts, the Great War heads, gun from like the power armor guys, and a jetpack from War Games Atlantic. I know, and I've done that before in the list where you put both in. So we're almost done with this, and now we're moving on more towards the elite units. So let's get the worm song on and find a place for these guys. Battlefield is looking kind of tight, so where would be a good spot for our friends? Maybe it's time to use this portion. I'm going to take the tiki cup. Just a sip. See the worm. I'm sure they will release more plastic stuff coming, Chloe. It's on their to-do list. That I promise you. Alright. Tiki, I need you to move. So I'm thinking. Yeah, let's leave it like that. Let's get this area set up. I'll grab some ruins. Alright, let me get some terrain put on. Alright. Emperor Zion! Oh, I'm glad to hear there's a Toy Story 5 was pretty legit. I love Toy Story, man. I grew up on that.
If I had kids, I'd take them too, but I don't yet. Tell you what, I'll let you guys know when they're on the way. Hopefully soon. I'll tell you, this is where we're looking for our Falcos. Or I've had more than this. Guess I wasn't sure. They only have one squad of Falcos? There should be one with a red helmet. Ah, here's the rest. I swore I've had 2 squads of Falcos. Let me check my app. Five and 5. Okay, I only had 10. Nine. Okay, there's one missing. Let me put on Behold the Worm. Really? Yeah, there is one missing. Well, that's annoying. I have to make another one later then, if that's the case. Unless it's on the floor. Okay, there should be 10 of these guys. Ow. I'll have to build and paint one if I don't find them. But we can't spend all day on them. They'll pop up eventually. Let me check the other foams. Maybe. I'm checking on the floor right now. Unless he got set up somewhere else. You know, he could have gotten lost in the... Oh, found him. He's in that token. This happened to me last time. He's right there. He's hiding in the Totem Core again. Alright, everyone. This little ruin looks perfect place to deploy 2 squads. So that's the basic infantry. Alright. So we have the ruins, the zombie parade. I don't know where these guys on bikes are going. The front line, my beer, and the main bunkers. So what should we talk about next? Oh, I know. Another good frontline troopers. Let me add some more cover. Actually, they'll go perfect over here, too. So, let me get in the box of bunkers and barricades. And we'll call this an abandoned position. Which is a perfect place to talk about our next unit. Oh, right, the beer. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and ghouls, it is time to talk about... Oh, sorry. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and ghouls. Have you ever heard of something going bump in the night? Something that screams in the middle of the woods, leaving you in fright? There are monsters out there. They'll leave you in tatters. Try to fight them will end in disaster. They're abhorrent and hard, but crude and smart. They'll knife you in the back and rip out your still beating heart. Ladies, gentlemen, I give you my proxy, Noctilban. The Noctilban. They're the German commando unit. They are mutants. No one knows how they make them. They have the Noctilband and the Noctiljäger, and they're basically your vampires and ghouls. I don't have any Noctiljäger. I hear they're really good. I hear they're a little upgrade of the... They're basically a more melee version of the Falcons. Well, the Falcons do decent melee for picking on things, so do the Noctilband. Honestly, not really sure. Get one or the other, is honestly. I like the Falcons because they have RPG. Or not RPGs. Panzerfausts. Now, I have two types of Noctilband in my army. They do the exact same things. They have a lot of equipment they can go with them. Actually, let's go through them quick. They're definitely an interesting unit. So, Noctilban are rift-enhanced soldiers with DNA. They're insane, and they are smart. They have fieldcraft and infiltrate naturally, so you can put them almost anywhere on the field. And they do have a few things. You can give them anti-tank grenades. You can give most things anti-tank grenades. Good luck with that, though. You can give them you can give them Panzerfausts. You can infiltrate them in the middle of the board, give them rockets, and take out anything this. Their weapons, though, are the fun part. They have several choices of weapons. Submachine guns come standard. They want to get in close. They want to fight. First thing I do, get rid of the submachine guns. Replace them with the... Well, with the machine pistol stuff. Schwarzip NP40 LZ L Schmeiser. That thing. And for one reason, same as the SMGs, but now they have pen. And with that one pen, a world of possibilities open up. Plus, because it's an assault weapon with penetration, it benefits them in combat. Now, they get up. And they're not a bad unit to get surging to because, for one, I don't think you need to pay for fanatics. I think they're naturally fanatics. They have fieldcraft initially, so they can get over any
terrain, infiltrate, and their best ability, well, surging, not their best ability, but their surging ability, they get deadly special too, so 4 attacks each. 4 attacks each with 1 pen. And they're fast. Really fast. We're talking 8 advanced, 16 run, standard fast unit. Their damage 5+, so they're veteran. And really, yeah, they're veteran. Now, here comes the thing you need to know. Their ability is called Shadow Dance. Yes, but imagine an MP40 Doug with actual with rounds that can penetrate through walls. Now, Shadow Dance. Noctil Ban.
Here are the 2 I have, and I'll explain them in a minute, but let me just put them on stream while I read this. You tell me which one looks cooler. The guy in, like, medieval armor with brute weapons, or the freaking Gene Stealer. After executing an order, the Noctil Band may exhaust its Rift dice to change their order dice to ambush. In simple terms, put these guys wherever you want, bust their Rift, set them on ambush. If you get lucky, you'll get that Rift dice back as a surging, and now they have deadly for charging. Put them on an objective. Put them deep in cover. Put them on a crossroads or a kill zone. Anything that gets close, they can blast with their SMGs. If they're surging or something, you can run out and charge them. You basically want to use these guys as area denial commandos. Get them up in the front line, start closing off lanes of traffic. Rockets, machine pistols, whatever it takes. They're your commandos. They're meant to hold the line. Well, they're not going to be holding the line. They're meant to disrupt the enemy from coming to you. Get them in there first. Get them to hit hard. So yeah, I have two sets of them, and they each serve a different purpose. So, for the Blades of Bohemia lore, there are 2 types of the Noctil Band. Your regular mutants that were discarded and now found a use in reserves, and the Baron's Loyal Commandos. They hide their mutation in armor for the crowds, and they usually carry their machine pistol and melee weapon. But I didn't always have enough. I got a bunch of these from Adepticon. They're supposed to be like Chaos Guardsmen. I found a better spot for them because, machine pistol, melee weapon, Noctil Man. But I also had all these Gene Stealer parts, so... So yeah, let's get them set up. I've run the Noctil Man several times, and the best way I can put them is kind of like Diet Paragons. If you're running Paragons or Commando units, you'll know how to handle Noctil Man. They're better than standard infantry in the fight. They're your elite forces, but they're not like meant to take down. They are your disruption units. Throw them on objectives. Put them in ambush. Your enemy either has to deal with them now or fight in a lane, or avoid them altogether. Put them in cover, heavy cover. The heaviest cover you can luckily get to as close as you can. They'll shoot machine guns. They'll shoot mortars. Hopefully your men can survive. The longer they survive, the more they're doing their job. Drawing fire away and leading an enemy into an ambush. They're also your best counter to Fireflies. They're going to be on ambush. Fireflies can come in. Put them in a critical juncture where the Fireflies want to come in. That objective that they need to take from you, well, good luck. The Noctil Band are there, and they're ready. Get ready and they can countercharge. Or, best thing to do, enemy's got some bears, enemy's got some Shrekwolfen, enemy's got some Paragons, they're going to charge into you. Ambush them en route. Shoot them down. If you don't think you can kill them by shooting,
Throw your men into it. Stop that charge. Delay that charge. Give your lines time to survive. I'm going to touch up his arm a little bit because that little gray's annoying me. Then we're going to display him. Instead of the beer. Alright, let's get them displayed. Noctilband, I highly recommend. So let's get another song going. Well, Doug, it's been a while. I guess we'll throw on your stuff. Sorry, I gotta keep it a little quiet because I'll be talking. How's the music, lads? This music is from our very own Doug the Undead. You guys heard it already. And it's tradition that we play through it. So. I run like 3 squads of them. So yeah, in the Blades of Bohemia, they're very much into the medieval culture. They're bringing it back. The Noctilband serve as the commandos. Oh, let me show you fucking Mr. Spartacus here. Look at this guy. Fucking arms out. Big old purple cape. Alright, see ya, Clover. Sorry you're gonna miss out on the big reveal. Nothing, that's just the tanks. They're coming up next. I can't wait to show off my big walker, though. This guy is a drum. But good night, Clover. Thanks for being here. Oh, wait, hang on. Check it out. Guy with drum. Drum guy. I like to run them in squads of 6. They're better than just the regular squads of 5, and they give you a little more flexibility.
There we go. All right, everyone. Let's move on to the next unit. You're gonna love this hit bash, gentlemen. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and ghouls, the moment you've all been waiting for. Werewolves. The Axis, one of the biggest, most iconic units of the Axis. The Shrek Wolfen. Running from squads of 3 to 6, they are literally werewolves. Let me grab the file on them. The Shrek Wolf are the twisted shock unit of the Axis for the production of the twisted biological scenes in the Rift. Long story short, they're werewolves. They're very good at hand-to-hand combat. They can shoot things apart with tooth and claw. Each one of them is already equipped with Deadly 3, so you're looking at 4 hits. They're wide formation, so they can spread out. They're horrors and large, so they can charge right through your defensive bunker, and you're facing them on open ground, so hiding's not going to help. They're fearless, so you can't scare them off with fire. Your only choice is to kill them, and kill them big, because they are hard to kill. Literally, that's their rule. Hard to kill. Long story short, they can survive devastating hits and keep fighting. They basically get 2 bonus on their cover saves, so as long as they're in cover, they're going to be very, very hard to kill. And I'm going to be trying them out in my next game. Their ability is called, let me check here. Denton Mount Alanuhin, Howl at the Moon. Before executing an order, the Shrek Wolfen squad can force all enemies within 8 inches of them to take a morale check. Any unit that passes gains a pin. That can be really powerful because that makes your opponent, if they already have a pin, there are 2 pins, they're going to be shooting worse. Howling at the Moon will suffer the penalties for surprise charge if the Shrek Wolfen unit in the same turn. Long short, you can basically get ambushed on these guys and they can harm. Now, their damage value 7 naturally, same as like the best power armor. Get them surging, keep howling until you get that surging Rift dice or get Rift Mastery. Damage value 8, making them pretty much the equivalent of a light tank to kill. Kind of wild. Now to explain what I did to mine. These are the Metal Shrek Wolfen. But they're also my barons, their leader's army, personal assassins and hit squads. Look at their capes. I used, I think it's called Muso Black.
The cape is literally 99.4% absorption of light, blah, blah, blah. But it gets this nice velvety effect, and it's very dark. I also got these weapons from, like, Reaper, the guys that do, like, the D&D minis, to put on them. I wanted them to look cool. So Shrek Wolfen are amazing. The only thing you probably wish they had is Infiltrate, but otherwise, they're fast, they're hard to kill, you move them from cover to cover, they're your main shock unit, they're your main melee unit for your axis. Hit them in there, punch them into anything. They're gonna make they are also your distraction Carnifex. That's how you'll run them. Just them being there will draw fire away from your forces while they're doing objectives. So get these guys in there, let your opponent know they're in there, and make it their problem that they exist. And honestly, I'd say run the full 6. I'm so happy how they turn out, and I can't wait to use them in a game. Let's get them down on the table. Well, there's this nice little spot right here. I say we move the Falcons back here and let the Shrek Wolfen take over, but I guess this could work too. Yeah, guys, excuse it. The wolves are coming. Yeah, let's have them there. Let's have the assassins up top. Mark of Talbot land in the house! Ugh. We're almost done with the infantry, my friend. And it's been a long wait. But let's go through what we got. Actually, let's move on to one more setup, and then we can finish up the infantry, start doing vehicles. But the question is, should I refill the Tiki? Yeah, I'm Central Time. Let me just finish the bear and we'll move on to the next unit. And it's actually, I'd say, my favorite unit in terms of one of my favorite units, top 3 at least. There we go. We finished one Tiki. The question is, will it be beer again? The answer is probably yes. Honestly, I was going to go vodka and just try to get hammered, but okay, let's do beer. All right. You know them. You love them. They're literally the poster boys of the stream. There's 2 fantastic songs about them. We finally got to the best unit in the Axis Army. Maybe not in skill, but they're the most iconic unit they have. The one that you see on the front of the book. I mean, I don't have any whiskey at the moment. I'm out. I have vodka right now. Yes. Literally, the boys on the front of my channel. The Stahltruppen. Sorry. A little flaccid. The Stahltruppen. The Axis heavy armor. Look. The big boys themselves. Stahltruppen can typically be taken in squads of 3 or 6. Their damage value 7, and they are veteran. They are some of my favorite units in this army, and they're the most iconic. I mean, look at this guy. Now, this guy was actually a putty-made Stahltruppen who with leftover bits. You get enough to make a couple in each kit. Warlord, however, includes extra arms and legs. Meaning, with a little bit of milliputty, like this guy here, or even this guy here, you can make more Stahltruppen out of your kit. Stahltruppen come with specifically 2 main weapons. And I'll explain them both for you. Stahltruppen come with standard, the STG-44 or something, the STGs, basically your assault rifles, or big old MG-42s or 44s, big light machine guns. Or I guess medium machine guns. So, and finally, as you just saw, they can take a penetration 4 anti-tank cannon. This autocannon right here is Pen 4, much better than the anti-tank rifle that the sniper gets, who can only get up to Pen 3 because they're a sniper, and I think it's about Pen 2 naturally. They also, and I love how this thing's, be equipped with Panzerfausts. And I put mine on the spears on these guys, so. And their Surging Rift dice gives them +1 pen in combat. That's amazing. They're heavy, they're tough to kill, they get very slow on an exhausted Rift dice, but slam them in a truck, put them all in, drive them up the board, it doesn't matter. Put them in an experienced truck, wait for the truck to explode. The Stahltruppen will get out unharmed. They cannot be hurt by the truck explosion. Because they can't get over 6. If we're talking about it, we gotta put on one of the songs. We'll put on their namesake one. I mean, their motto is forged in steel, hardened in blood, but in German. The song says it right. Now, there's a couple ways you want to run your Stahltruppen squads. Long-range fire support. Put them in a position. LMGs, anti-tank cannon. Give them heck. Just keep pouring that fire on them. Also, You're gonna basically want to make sure your stall trooping, just because of how big of a unit they are, have fanatic. Now, if they're holding back in like a backline bunker, stubborn might be good enough. But they have stubborn? No, they don't have stubborn. That's odd. No, they can only get access to fanatics. And honestly, always take fanatics. There's no reason for your stall trooping unless you're just fine with them in the back, not getting in and taking pins. You're already paying a bunch for them. Give them fanatic. So the first way to run them, small or large squads, give them the tank gun, LMGs, have them be a fire support. Stick them in a bunker, have them shoot out. They'll clean up weaker troopers. Or run them in a large blob. Give them fanatics. Give them Panzerfausts. Assault trooping. Drive them up in a car. Jump them out. Give them a melee weapon. Well, if you can get their thing. Always Vormarch, because there's a chance, once you're in the fight, that is. Because then they get slow. The AT gun's great. I'm a psycho, so I'll run both Panzerfaust and AT. One guy fires a Panzerfaust, one guy fires an AT, and one guy fires a machine gun. One of your best units for your Axis army is going to be your most elite unit, the Panzer, basically the Stahltruppen commander. Take two. Not two units. Take the two bodyguards and decide where you want them. If you want them in the fight, give them machine guns or STGs. If you want them held back, giving orders, give one the autocannon. I'm a weirdo, so I'll give one the autocannon and two the assault things to keep them cheap, but get that fire support out there, which is a good option too. They're your command blocks, so maybe they're not always going to be facing the fight, but they can give fire support like a long-range squad. Mine I call the Blades of Bohemia for a reason, and the Stahltruppen act like the Lorded Knights. I want them in the fight. Like, look at this guy, Kid Bashed. Or this guy with the beret. Or these guys with spears. And my favorite, and this is something I highly recommend, for nothing other than to just style on your opponent. Stahltruppen with banners. So yeah, my buddy gave me a bunch of the Sigmarines, the Age of Sigmar Stormcast Eternal bits. You know what Stormcast Eternal and Space Marine Primaris bits go perfect with? Stahltruppen. Hang on. This guy's literally a Marine body on Stahltruppen legs. That's a Scout's blade and a Stahltruppen arm, and I milliputted capes on all of them. So yeah. And they got so much fun little details, like these grenade launchers you can put on them for no reason other than to just have that close quarters grenade launcher look. But yes, Stahltruppen are going to be one of your biggest forces to make your enemies poop their pants. See a huge unit of them run up the board, put them on an objective, come get it. And a full 6-man squad will fit in an Opal Blitz or an Opal Mesh. I like to put it in this one with the tracks just because I like to think they designed it because of the power armor. Purely a preference choice, and the tracks help on certain things, but, you know. The wheels also help if you have roads, but honestly, Opal Blitz, Opal Mesh, there's no point difference in K47 and and we're only talking about the tracks. So yeah, load your totem core up in a load them up in the transport too. Load your stall trooper up in the transport, drive right into the middle, watch the truck explode. Do yourself a favor, jam a lane with the dead truck. Jam a lane for your opponent. They have to get past that truck. Stall trooper don't have to worry about it. Get them out right on the objective. And then just go to town. Charge in, shoot in, throw hands, throw grenades, shoot rockets. Unload with that anti-tank gun. And as soon as you're on that position, keep using your Vormarch. Just keep firing it off until you can get that surging rift die and then charge in and get some more. So yes. And they're just so fun to customize. If you get access and I just recommend trying some stall trooping. They come in the intro box, they come in the starter box, they come in like all the boxes. They are the Axis's main guy. The only downside is they don't have pen on their weapons unless you take the Panzerfausts or the big cannon. I suppose we should talk about the leader of my army now for homebrew lore. And then get a beer. Actually, alright. So this is the leader of my army. I call him the Baron. If you notice, I've used some 40k bits and Age of Sigmar bits on him. Gave him a tapestry. Gave him a cape. A freaking bolter with a Panzerfaust on it. And a Space Marine sword. Because, weirdly enough, Space Marine, Primaris bits, and the Stis bits on. So, homebrew lore short story time. Baron is a Green Bolt member. He's in charge of the former protectorate of Bohemia and Bavaria. First thing he did was when he charged, let the people take out the former Waffle people. Let's just say the best way to win a crowd from their oppressors when your new management is to let them enact their personal justice on the former members of their oppressive party. Trust me, works every time when overthrowing a government. They love it. It's a great start. It buys you a couple of months so you can try to get something sorted, maybe a year or two. Don't ask. Now, the Baron here is a Green Bolt specialist, and so far the lore for him simple. So, Green Vault lore time. The Green Vault, funny enough, is a real place. And I have to pull up the facts for this, but you'll love it. And it actually mentions in the lore about it. So, there was a man called Augustus the Strong, and I believe the lore mentions it. That he was one of the members. And funny enough, the Green Vault Museum is located in Dresden, Germany. Oh, you don't believe me? You don't believe me? Alright. Hang on. Boom. Dresden. So, long story short, it was you guys can look it up. It was created because Augustus the Strong, this guy, Augustus II the Strong, wanted to exhibit a premier collection of emerald. Basically, he had a bunch of porcelain and art. So yes, not a coincidence at all, Mad Larkin. So back to my face cam. I don't have a tinfoil hat. I'll get an octopus and we can rant about this. Yeah. Alright, I don't have a tinfoil hat. This will have to do. Ugh. Alright. Lore time. So, yes. Konflikt does mention about Augustus the Strong. There's a nice little video I was watching about it too. The Green Vault's a real place. We can go visit it in Dresden. I'm just saying. Go to the Green Vault Museum. Play some Konflikt. Rent it out. Get Mordian on it. With his Mordian money. Anyway, let's get to the point. Long story short, the storyline for the Baron, after he took over, he is big into art, and hence, rift statues. He has used rift metal to create his own personal green vault. That's what I painted this whole dragon for. And me and Jenny did have a game defending the green vault. Long story short, one singular Russian hiding in a tower, being bombed all game, with like, I don't know, 7 pins. Just enough pin. He was just about to flee when he passed his final order test and was able to advance onto the last objective and beat me out on it, winning the game, turn 6. It was a great game. It was my elite troopers versus, well, a bunch of Russian elites. And then one artillery officer hiding in mortars that whole game from a rocket truck. Won it because I could not take him out, and I was firing LMGs, rockets, tank shells. I was in heavy cover, could not get him out. So yeah, the Baron loves these rift statues. Has one of himself, has one of ancient warriors. Dobby's here. And the rift artists he's been commissioning, exposing them to the rift with the rift metals, have been seeing weirder things. And those are displayed in this green vault. He's hired the Flayer to do a specific experiment. Though the one that has gone missing the most, and his most precious one, which I have no idea where I set it. Was the large statue of his missing late wife. Who seemed to have been in Dresden the day of the bombing. So as the Baron seeks to revive his dead wife using ancient rift magics and stuff, he needs to liberate, well, Bohemia and get Prague. 1 for the Green Vault, 2 for their Axis, and 3 the Flayer is working on something. So that's the storyline we're kind of going with. So yes. So the Baron himself and the Prince are trying to liberate the rest of Bohemia from, well, the remainders of Operation Pluto. Chat being aside, let's play some Stahltruppen. Get this thing off my head. It's sucking my brain. So the first question is, should I get another? Let's get another poll. Should I get another drink? Another beer. Have another beer. Have some vodka. Go to Margaritaville. I don't know, drink some water or something. All right, polls up. So, I want the main march drag to be the Stahltruppen. So let's first set up, well, let's put the Baron's favorite statue up. And then we'll add the Baron himself. And then we're going to move on to tanks and walkers. So, the Baron. Horse. He needs his honor guard. And he'll be marching right behind the flare and the tug car. Let's get the anti-tank troopers next to provide that heavy gun support. With behind them, the two sergeants. Oh, right, let's put on the Stahltruppen song because it's Stahltruppen time. Actually, Sergeant should go behind. And on the flanks, we'll have the troopers. The spear troopers in the back on one side. Oh, I do have a lot more Stahltruppen. Six. I got an extra Stahltruppen in case I didn't want the.
So he will be positioned slightly somewhere else. We'll have a Stall trooping in back, commanding the artillery teams. All right, everyone. Move an artillery piece into these ruins here. There. Guys, I'm split 50-50. Someone else needs to vote. All right, everyone. Oh, whatever are, damn Legion. Man, look at all this access. And we're now ready to move on to the next. Oh, I almost forgot one piece. So yes. I think it's finally time to talk about the main character of the Axis army. Time to talk about the big wig himself. A lot of points, a crazy squad he can prioritize, but it's time to talk about Heinrich Cross. This is my proxy Heinrich Cross. I like him. Just gonna poke you now. Alright. Ross himself is not too many, is 170 points before you start adding his bodyguard squad. And he can have a pretty significant bodyguard squad with. And they all are shock troopers too. He can get a medic. He can get 3 soldiers. They can replace and a medic, and each one can replace their stuff with special things. They can all have assault rifles. The medic's armed with a pistol, obviously. But I prefer, well, you know, the SMGs with pen. But it depends on where you have Gross, if you're putting him in a fight or not, or keeping him close. And funny enough, one member of the squad, and a squad can become a sniper. So yeah, not just a guy with a rifle, but the full-on sniper. He'll aim, he'll ignore cover, he'll get a little pen on it too. So Gross can have a kill team to snipe out other officers that are of his level. And they take good hits. He can have a medic to help reserve. He becomes quite expensive at over 300 points. He's also got
He gets hard to kill when he's surging. And for some reason, they have fast infantry version. And now they can give them all Panzerfaust too, so you can make an expensive command unit. His main ability, though, he's get 2 Rift Mastery, 2 points of Guts, 1 point of Luck, and he has the ability called Relentless. So, when using the Step 2 ability, Cross can issue orders to units within 6 inches that have already been assigned an order. He can make units work twice without Guts. You can Guts a unit, and it could go Snap to some units, and give them the order to fight again, have them do an action, and use Guts to put their stuff in the bag. So you theoretically, you can get units going 2 to 3 times a turn. Imagine your tank lobbing 3 shells off a turn. Ross is great. He's expensive. He can be more expensive. Depends on how you want to play him. And he can snap to multiple units because he can be run as a Supreme Company Commander. I think he can do 3 or 4. That is a lot. He can be worth the price. Let's find a spot for him. Well, obviously it's going to go on the bunker. Actually, let's have him leading the way. Yeah, with his flag and his bodyguards. And the Baron's wolf to follow along too. That would be perfect for the next unit. Everybody? What's the poll say I should do? And one more person vote. Alright, I guess I'll just get something. We're almost done, lads. Going longer today. Now, let's have another beer. Alright. The tiki glass is full. There's only a handful of us left, but we're gonna keep going. Gentlemen. Oh, thank goodness, I just grabbed a beer. But I got one more for you. Walkers or tanks? I think it's time to talk about all of that. Gentlemen, to the brave few who are still left, we have finished the infantry. But infantry alone is not going to win the fight. Artillery is good, but I haven't used a bunch of it. And I got a special surprise for you guys. Forget talk. I have a plane. We'll add that in last. That'll be the piece of resistance. That will be crushed for the green vote. So my question to you, do you guys like tanks? Because the Axis have a lot of tanks. You have Konflikt 47 is great. Because you don't just have access to all the bolt-action tanks. You also have access to the Konflikt tanks. That's a lot of tank. Tanks, armored cars, armored trucks, horse and buggies. All of it is available for you. Tow some artillery. Bring a big gun. Smash your opponent with a railgun. Bring a piece that sent a statement of you saying that you're going to have to frack off because my armor's just that much stronger than you. Alright. So, let's start off with a classic tank. If you've played any kind of... So, simple enough. Axis have some of the Axis. Their anti-armor and strength come in tanks. They have a lot of crazy rift weapons. But they also have access to some of the stuff. Panzer IIs with their autocannons are kind of game-breakingly good in a weird way in Konflikt. Because what's new is old and what's old is new again. So units like anti-tank rifles and autocannons, great for dealing with power armor and Ursus, not so much against armor. Classic Panzer IV, Panzer IIIs, Panzer IVs. Get those anti-tank guns out. They can help. Shells are going to punch against walkers where like bazookas may not. A bazooka team may be great for taking on a tank or a Panzerschreck team, but that shape charge is going to lose half its penetration. Not so great. But then, you get something like a rail cannon on the Konflikt tanks, and they just... Whew, and that's just the lightweight rail cannon on the Panther. That's pretty much all you need. Or you take this. A Wotan. Even if you were to take something, say, like the Thor, get the heavy Lud, this thing itself is going to be almost damage value 11, 12 on the front, or 12 and 13. I can't wait to use this thing. Look at this crazy kit bash I came up with. And Axis have access to a lot of light recon stuff. For example, Panthered armored cars. Their gravity pulse can almost be used anywhere. Take one veteran, give it rift mastery, have a surging grav pulse. It's going to be floor armor penetration that they can't protect themselves against. And you can give them recon. Trucks are good. And for some reason, I made this guy on a sidecar. Look at these guys. Let me get a little background music going. I'm just saying, where the Axis lack in armor piercing for their infantry, they make up for it with their grav weapons. These grav Pumas are probably some of the easiest ways to run the grav pulse. You could run it on a Panzer IV, you could run it on a, for example, okay, so technically that might not work so well on this guy, but you can run a Panzer IV, or you can get the Panzer IV with legs with the grav pulse.
So, and I don't have any, but the vocal spinners are actually really good recon mechs, but they're light anti-tank, they're quick studying, the ability for them to carry some flamethrowers, they're not bad. They get in there, they cause trouble, you run them through infantry, they scatter lines, and they're mechs. They're going to make your opponent have to dedicate some time and firepower on that unit because you're being annoying with it than your Rail Panther that's going to be doing all the damage. You think they'll let me use this one in game? Let's go through some of the ones I've used. We'll start with the boring one. Panzer IV. It's a Panzer IV. Big anti-tank gun. Some machine guns. It's good. It's got decent armor. You can put the side skirts on it if you're afraid of taking rockets from the side. It's cheap. Panzer III is probably cheaper. It's a Panzer IV. What do you want from it? It's a tank. It goes in, it does tank stuff. To use it like a tank. Target the armor. Other variants have howitzers. Stug. You guys about that Stug life? Stug life. Now, it is a forward-facing gun, so it doesn't have a turret, and it either runs with an anti-tank gun, and usually Pen 6, or light or heavy howitzer, usually HE2 to 3. They're good. They're fine. There's no reason not to take a Stug. Plus, I think there's a Cossack unit or some kind of unit in the game called Stug Riders. So if you have an armored platoon or armored walker platoon, they can mount up on your Stug. So that saves you a transport for those guys that don't have fast. And how much cool is this? A bunch of guys are riding on the Stug, jumping off into battle. The Russians can do it. Why can't the Germans? And I gotta say, I really like, if you're not running Volga Spinners, Panthers are a good replacement. Yeah, they're on wheels, so they're not going to have the versatility of a mech. But they're one of the cheapest ways, other than an emplacement or a tow thing, to fire the grav gun. And you want those Axis grav guns. They're going to go down on bears, they're going to take out a number of things, light armor, power armor. You want those things. But that's going to be mainly the Axis' big thing to clear out chats. You don't have big things like HMGs and stuff. You have a lot of MMGs. So whatever pen you can get in this army, it's definitely needed. And as much as you can fit. 2 of these. That'll be great. Even one, just to move it around. I'd like to introduce everyone to one of my favorite things I've painted. Stand by.
ship. Behold! The Bohemian Barking Spider. This is a makeshift Inferno Spinner. You can see the Inferno Spinner claws, the legs made out of sprue, the big tank on the back full of napalm, and the little wolf pack symbol. This thing's a menace. It's also a distraction conflict. Charge it into the enemy line. Give them the beans. If you're lucky, your flamer won't run out. Chances are, for me, for some reason, it runs out. Gets shot in the back, explodes. I'm just saying, put it in your enemy line. Make them scatter. Give them the beans. Give them the fire. They're vehicle flamethrowers too, so they're much better than the regular ones. Any armored walker platoon. The Inferno Spinner. Well, it has flamethrowers, Inferno fuel, multi-leg, and a volatile load. It technically has one flamethrower, weirdly enough, and a forward-mounted machine gun. But it is a vehicle flamethrower. It's 2 pen each. And it's D6 plus 1 for number of hits, so you're always getting at least 2. Trying to figure out what else it's got. It doesn't really have any rift. Honestly, it doesn't have a rift ability. It's just a big spider walker with fire in it. Later, Squiggerter. Oh, you're gonna go 10 to chicken? Is he gonna arise? Let's get to the table. Alright, so we're coming close to the end, Jad. Whoa. Well, I might as well be shedding a tear, brother. Leah sent me some Commando comics from my youth I lost because of Mom, and now I have... Oh, man. Dude, that's awesome. Dude, that is awesome that Glenn Lee was able to do that for you, man. Cheers to him. I'm drinking on him. I love our community. Our community is definitely, Morty always says it, but our community is the best. We always are very supportive of each other. We're not a bunch of, well, no one's gonna stab each other in the back, typically, unless it's funny. But yeah, no, the guard community is probably the greatest community, at least I think so. You know, the conflict community is going to be that great too. So where do we put the Bohemian Barking Spider? Do we set it up like right in the middle of the tone core? Maybe that's a little too much. Maybe off to the side over here. Or do we put it up in the scout lines? Maybe we set it right here. Like it's coming in first. Put a Puma over there or something. Also, I have these guys on bikes. This is an armored car, technically. I'm going to put them up front. Guys on bikes. Put the spinner there. So that's like they're coming in. They're supporting the troops. Falco's coming down. Big walker over here. Team of troopers. Let's add a Puma. So we got our light armor pushing up.
We got the Totem. So yeah, we got our light armor, our Noctil Band commandos and stuff. Our Falcons are diving in. The Wolves are out and howling. We got a Vogelspinner. We got, I don't know, 2 Pumas? Should we put 2 Pumas up front? And then we gotta do the back. So, thinking maybe a Stug. Where should we put the Stug, lads? Maybe a frontline Stug? Yeah, let's get the Stug over here. Maybe a Stug up here? We could do maybe two Puma X's coming up the side, being supported by the bikes. What about a Stug in the back? Maybe a Panther? The Panther and the Panzer IV. Yeah, so for some reason, all of my vehicles have the Space Wolf decal on it, meant to be like, I don't know, like the Wolf Pack. Hey, you'll like the one I'm gonna put down last. So obviously, well, I got 2 units coming out last, but this is the one with the decals because I haven't put the decals on the plane yet. So I got 2 turrets. This is my handmade Wotan, the Beast of Bohemia. Look at this thing. This was built out of a box of sprues and leftover parts. The Panzer IV side shielding is there. Underneath, you can see how I layered the sprues. Up top, it was an extra turret milliputty after I layered the sprues like that and covered them in putty. And then I set it up with these glue caps glued in so I can put the turret in the hole and it would stay there. Like I could have it as a Thor if I wanted. There's the Thor, the big cannon, heavy howitzer. You know, when I want to run a big tank but want to be nice about it. Or when I'm playing Jenny and I just don't want them to have a good time because, well, the arms race is on. Heavy railgun. They killed me with a King Tiger heavy railgun. Blew open a linebacker and a Greyhound in 1 shot. My turn. Reinforced front armor. Spikes. The legs are milliput. On old bases I was going to use for Old World. I can't wait to run this thing. And then I got this Krieg guy on top with the MMG coming out the hatch. Well, obviously that's going to go in the middle. But we're not done yet. I mean, yes, that's all the vehicles. We got one more thing to add to the board, and one more thing I've been figuring out. So, obviously, we're putting that right in the middle, coming up the ranks. I don't know, should the Stug go by the thing, or should we just keep... Nah, let's keep the Panzer IV. Tanks. But we got one more piece of resistance that needs to find a spot. And then we'll get the big look. Here, let me put on a song, and I'll give you guys the star pillow while I dig it out. Does Chicken Detonator have something good? Oh, I know. The Big Wotan song.
They brought the Wotan in from Essen when the Western line gave way. Said the Commonwealth was crossing fast.
Now that's looking like a conflict army.
And every station south of Köln kept calling in the same reports. Allied walkers through the tree line, and they're moving on the ports. Then
Here.
command sent word
Look at the star pillow. Look at him in the eyes.
to the front. And every crew along the river said the counter push had come. Well, the first engagement happened near a crossing by the Rhine.
Got my thumb.
There a squadron full of Churchills had the rail depot in sight.
Taking my drink.
And came in sideways throwing mud across the crews. While the infantry behind it started cheering in the fumes. Then the gunner caught the lead one with a shell across the hull. And the second walker folded while the third reversed at once. Send the Allied line retreating while the radio man yelled that the western road was opening and the crossing might still hold. So they pushed the fuel convoy off the roadway to the side just to give the Wotan turning room, approaching to the bridge. Then the backblast hit the tankers when the cannon fired again, and the fire reached the support beams before anybody ran. By the morning they confirmed the British advance had stalled, and the engineers were measuring how much of the bridge was gone. Big Wotan,
We got one more thing, everybody.
every battle breaking everything in sight. Big Wotan, hear the engine roar, hail the western highway.
Oh yeah, make sure to like the stream and stuff. I'll move the star pillow, I promise, maybe. Now, this one's not necessary to play the game, but you can call in airstrikes. There's a whole table on it. I'm brushing up on it. You call in an airstrike in a turn. The next turn, you roll dice to see if it comes in, what it comes in as, if it comes in, if it's on target. But it's kind of fun. And Conflict, it takes more hits to drive them off, so flak isn't as big of a deal as you thought. Artillery's probably better. You just get pins on them. But you get to use these things called flight tokens on your things. And it could be, and the Warlord specifies it could be anything. A little coin, a dice, piece of cardboard. But we here know what we like. A plane. And the best way to do it is to have the flyer come in as a plane. So this is my 3D printed Lightning. Got it red Baron style. I will admit, I forgot to decal it, but look at this thing. And I don't have the glass, but I did paint the pilot. Because I always paint my pilots if you can see them. The truck was a little... I did paint the truck guy, but it was harder. I really should paint them before I assemble them. One day I'll learn. Yeah. So, let's add the cherry on top and get a look at this battlefield. Oh, hang on. No, the pilot's painted. All right. Let me get a drink and let's explore the battlefield. Ugh. Gentlemen. Let's take a look at everything. So, on the front line, we have 3 units of Noctilband. Oh, let's get a song going. Okay, we're gonna go for some Command and Conquer. Yeah, you guys know this one. It's a certified classic. Let's start with what we got. Ugh. Look at that table. We got started up with the Noctilband Schreckwolfen. And a squad of Falcos. Behold, the Inferno Spinner, the Bohemian Barking Spider. A squad of bikes with sidecars. One with sidecars? Look at this guy. He's like, what are you doing, stupido? 2 Panther axes with custom turrets made from plasma cannons. 72! I repeat, 72 Potent Core with doctors, support units, the Flayer and his personal guard, a Stug, 2 Noksharas. That's marching out on parade. Behold, the Baron. I'll be getting pictures of this and posting them. Yeah, the Baron and his Stahltruppen. Schwertruppen, Volksgrenadiers, Schwertruppen Commander. The Prince of Bohemia. More troopers. Rocket team on the building. Sniper team in the tower. Artillery. Mortars. The anti-tank rifle. Extra commander. The Wotan itself. Heinrich Gross. Trucks. A plane. More artillery. And that's the whole. And look from that bomb. Ugh. Ugh. Mm. I think that's about as far as I can go, gentlemen. Alright, let me move my table. Alright, gentlemen. A toast. Yeah. Well, lads, I can officially say that is an army. We did it, boys. We got them all out. We put them all on display. I'm gonna put the pillow back. We're gonna start taking some pictures on the phone. I'm gonna pick up one. I also got the Krieg hat. Well, man, look at that army. Ugh. Holy shit. Yes, the pillow's gone away. But I mean, look at that. Let me swap it to the high definition camera. Maybe we can get some better view. Let me flip it around. Alright, putting the mask on because I gotta put it for my laptop. Alright, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the surface of the sun. It burns. Alright, how does it look, guys? You may not like it, but this is what peak Konflikt 47 looks like. I wish you guys could see it better and I had a better camera. So that is my Axis army, gentlemen. I basically started about just before Adepticon. And from there to here, I made all this. So, as soon as I figure out where my beer, we'll start toasting. Get some pictures in, get a final look around it. If anyone's got any questions or want to see more parts of it, closer, we'll figure it out. The sun's setting, a good time to wrap it up. But yeah,
That is my army. And now I have to put away my army before my wife gets home. Just finishing the Tiki Cup. Let me move you guys to the side so you can see it from the side. Alright, let me get the chemicals and the tape measure out of the way. And pick up the tray stand, because you're literally on my laptop tray stand. Yeah. Oh. How's it looking, lads? Oh yeah, prep cooker. What's your question? Oh, give me a second. Just enjoy the view for just 1 second. Oh yeah, type in your question. I'm gonna finish my drink and then I'll answer it. Alright, boys. Another one down for Tiki. Burped it. Alright, let me get to the camera, the face cam, so I can answer questions. Oh. Alright. No, I gotta take this down before she gets home in a few hours. Alright. Prep cook, survival. You had a question. What is the question that I can answer for you? I am working on getting us. I can put on Toilet Hooch to answer questions. Fine, but let me play the short intro for aluminum foil. Sure, we can get a Toilet Hooch in really quick. Aluminum foil, sounds from the deep. We're still looking for our 25th subscriber. Please subscribe, Toilet Hooch. If you like the music you find on my channel, me and Doug and Dobby are working on a second channel called Aluminum Foil. Please check it out, blah, blah, blah. Hang on. Alright. Someone said they had a question? But anyway. I do own a Titan, you know. I have a Reaver Titan. Yeah, I know, we're still missing the 25th subscriber for Aluminum Foil. Also, like and subscribe to KOSMIC. More Konflikt content on the way. I've been trying to find time to record the linebacker deep dive. I mean, I'll put the mask on and start thanking people while I wait for the thing, and then we'll do we'll do another camera through with the camera. Can I do the Krieg helmet with the octopus? Hang on. Want happy? Or angry?
All right. Gentlemen, it's been a fantastic stream today. I'd like to thank everyone for coming. I can't even see the members this time from the beginning, so I'll just have to go from what I can remember. I'm sorry if I missed you. You can ban Dobby for 10 seconds for every person I have missed. So, Russell W., Capic Eagle, Mad Larkin, Jack Hansen, Prep Book Survival, my wife, Doug for moderating, Dobby as Storm Zero, Mad Larkin, obviously, Rip to Tiki, Alduus, Chris, Mark of Talakvitland, Chicken Detonator, Squid Hunter Sean. Don't forget Emperor Zed, Emperor Zon, Damn Legion, obviously. I already said Russell W. Frisk. And I mean, Jenny. I don't think if I can think of anyone else. Well, it's been a longer one today since Morty didn't take the time spot. We learned a lot. I taught you some lore. I taught you some of my lore. I'm still in a campaign game with Jenny. So yeah. Voice for my wife, dude. Borat for my wife. Thank you for my wife for showing up and spending all me money. Big success. Now she's off today, but I gotta get this all cleaned up before she gets back, or she'll be pissed. And I don't know. I probably will have to wear this full time after she kicks my ass. But yeah, let's get one more look at the big collection because I have to take pictures then put it away. Oh, there goes my octopus. I mean, look at those guys up front. 72 zombies. Mac. Totencore. A Stug. The Bohemian Barking Spider. The Jump Troopers. Power Armor. Bigger Power Armor. Power Armor. Rockets. Snipers. The Beast of Bohemia itself with its railgun. The Panther as well. My plane. And a whole ton of artillery cannons. Oh, Turkish. Yeah, the Turks. I was just, I was watching also Mike Rolls Dice, and he's working on the Turks as well. He's working on Turks for Konflikt 47. No, I love seeing all the other nations. I'd love to see, like, Turks, well, more Middle East. I'd love to see what happened in Africa. Because right now, America technically took back all of Africa. My bad. Also, you gotta have a bunch of banners. It's just part of the course. Look at the flags going. Gentlemen, it's 7 o'clock. It's been a 4-hour stream. It's been an honor to serve with each and every one of you. We got a lot done. We got to talk a lot of conflict. My opinion on the Axis? They're a good army. They're fantastic for creativity. They have a lot to work with from both the World Wars and the Konflikt series. And if you just want to get into that full wacky weirdness of Konflikt 47, honestly, they're probably one of the better choices unless you want to go off in those strange angles. I think everyone should have an Axis army.
they should have an Allied army, an Axis army, and then either a Russian or Japanese army. So, honestly, I think today's stream was a great success. I mean, all this hard work paid off. The question is, how many points do you think this is? If I ran all of this, how many points do you think I can get? Yeah, so your Argentinian grandfather with the funny mustache is over there? Yeah, no. I'm just saying it. A lot of the National Socialists that fled, probably from the Green Vault, probably ended up in Argentina. Wouldn't surprise me if you wanted to do a weird Axis theme army there. Especially if you wanted to make like put the funny mustache man in a mech. Mecha man. You know, go full Wolfenstein with it. Oh, does anyone want to come over here and clean up? I don't really want to clean this up. I regret doing this. No, I don't. I think this is great. Could you imagine playing a game like this, and this is just one army? Whew, I think I'm just talking for the fact because I don't want to start cleaning this up. Because after I turn off the stream, I catch the pictures. Well, it's been a real one, everyone. I thank you all for coming. This has probably been the best stream I've done. If anyone wants to talk any more Konflikt 47 or have any last minute questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I have to go get some stuff done and start packing this up before my wife gets home in a couple hours. A lot of this was done just out of passion. I mean, I don't even know where I'm going to use these bikes. And the mortar teams were just Krieg mortar teams I've had since 8th edition, but when mortars went bad, I stopped using them. Reprimed them, and got them ready for Konflikt. I mean, good enough. Get some light artillery in. I got the old field, those siege Medusa batteries and stuff. Why is orange jam called marmalade? Great question. Warlord Metal Minis assembly. Yes. Do not, find yourself a good super glue and some putty. Hang on, I got the stuff I use right here. For anything that's not just plastic, I recommend this Loctite super glue gel. Either the Ultra or the regular, it doesn't matter. The gel I recommend more. And then, especially for metal minis, something like this. Zipkick CA Accelerant, the super glue accelerant. Simply glue your model, hold it as best you can, and just give it a quick spray of this. Should lock it into place. Just try to get it as close as you can. If things start going wrong, don't be afraid to use putty. Or, if an arm, like this metal wolf, I'll show it on the face cam. Like this metal wolf had an arm issue, I cut the whole arm off and put a Stahltruppen arm on it to act like a prosthetic arm. So yeah, don't be afraid to modify your minis too, but you're going to want super glue for the metal minis. And yeah, you're going to want this accelerate. And if nothing else works, don't be afraid to use millipods. Otherwise, the metal models are pretty simple. It's just the ones with more weight to them. Honestly, I've had more trouble with this truck that's made of metal, and the only thing I had to assemble on it was the cab. There's plenty of people in the MG community that can probably help you. Oh, right, I should give you guys the updates once again. Linebacker video being worked on. New Firefly song almost done. Just need to get the video caption stuff done. I'll just probably do a visualizer, you know, a little sound bar that goes. My funds are running out, so I'm trying to use less AI stuff. But I want to start making actual content video, like tips, tactics, lore. Less AI stuff, more cosmic stuff. Except for aluminum foil, but that's only partially. Please support aluminum foil. I'm just trying to get one more person to it. But otherwise, I'm still trying to get to that 500 members and 3,000 watch hours. I'm also thinking of starting to do some shorts for Konflikt. I really want this Konflikt game to succeed. 11th edition, looking... You ask great questions, Dobby. Ask Doug. He's the closest thing we have to a blue German waffle werewolf. I don't know why I'm censoring myself. I don't get paid. But I've already started, so I might as well finish this way. But yes, it's been a pleasure to spend this time with you guys to really bring out the army. I didn't think it'd be this big. It's bigger than my Space Marine army when I did that video. I can't wait to share more guys with you for Konflikt. I'm going to give you more updates, more stuff. I want to get the channel Discord starting soon just so everyone I can add at the same time and start doing more polls like, what hours would you guys actually prefer me at? Like right now, I'm stealing Mordian's time slot, so that doesn't really work. But it's been a great stream. I can't wait to look back on it. I don't have it edited, so I don't know if I can do any stream highlights. I'm pretty lazy. But I can give you a support to the Green Vault. Gentlemen, it's been an honor. Side tangent. Really, that's related to the definition of color, but the magic blah 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 of the magical world. Donnie, go play Ghosts with your uncle somewhere else. I'll have to get Doug to get you. Is this just because they have pointy hats? Well, lads, we're getting canceled. I mean, I'm the first up against the wall. I spent all day talking about the Axis. I played Krieg and Warhammer, and I have my Star Wars Legion Empire. I am definitely on a list. So I guess I'll leave you with one poll. Are we the baddies? There you go, guys. Are we the baddies? There you go. You guys saw that. I'm gonna get a song to play us out. Who's the Axis? I gotta go with one of my Gentlemen, I'm gonna play the outro intro, then we're gonna get to the song. I'm gonna get it ready, while you guys play with that pole. Alright, yeah, let's just do one of mine. Yeah, we're definitely the baddies. We are definitely the baddies. Alright, everyone. Till next time, bust a rift.
imperial